may be seated. Good morning. We're ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Special Agent Ross.
Good morning.
Going to kind of bring us back to kind of where we finished off yesterday. I believe you finished, you had just got done going over the evidence that was collected and seized at Tanner Horner's residence. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, we were on December 2nd of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to bring us ahead to December 5th of 2022. Did you and your team do any additional crime scene searches or evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we did. We were called back out to the to Wise County to assist with searching 2 FedEx vans that they had seized as part of the investigation.
And you say 2 FedEx vans. Why were there 2 vans?
One of them was the van that he was arrested in, that he had been driving after the abduction, and then the other van was believed to be the van that he abducted Athena in.
If in my question, if I refer to one van as the arrest van and one van as the abduction van, would that make sense to you for evidence purposes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that you guys did the arrest van first. Can you tell me what you and your team did with regards to the arrest van?
Sure. So from the information that we had, the arrest van was not, we didn't believe that it was part of the actual abduction and murder, so we didn't feel it needed a forensic search from the standpoint of hairs and fibers and DNA. So that van had some other items in it that we were interested in, one being the SD card to see the movements of the van and the cameras on the van. So we removed the SD card. And then we also, there was a package scanner in there that FedEx employees use for scanning packages as they deliver them or receive them. And we collected that as well.
And did you have a warrant to search this van?
We did, yes. We had a state warrant.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 through 94. And do you recognize these?
I do, yes. These are, as I talked about with the residents, before we do any search, we take entry photos, and it's no different for a vehicle or a van like this. We would take take entrance photos. We would take exterior entrance photos of the whole van around to include the license plate and the VIN.
And did you personally take these photos?
I did not.
And were you there when these photos were taken and present at the scene?
Yes. So as entry photos, as I explained yesterday, entry photos are taken in conjunction with an initial walkthrough with the team leader, which I was the team leader for this search. So I would have been standing right next to or behind the photographer.
And I know you've previously reviewed these photos, correct?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the search that you guys did and the evidence that was collected?
They do.
And obviously, these are not the entire amount of photos that you guys took.
Correct.
This is a limited number.
Yes, this is just a select few.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state opted the evidence, State's Exhibit 88 through 94.
No objections, sir.
State's Exhibits 88 through 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
We are showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this would have been one of the what we call the entry photos for prior to searching the van. As with the residents, we would have wanted to capture some identifying information. Excuse me. With that separates this van from any other van. So in this picture, you can see the license plate clearly displayed.
And the license plate, can you read that license plate number?
I can. G is in Golf, C is in Charlie, P is in Papa, 0468.
And is that license plate, I think we refer it usually to the last four, that 0468, is that associated with the arrest van?
Yes, it is.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 92? State's Exhibit 92. What are we looking at here?
So this would be the van's, I believe, surveillance system that kind of the. I'm not a computer person, but kind of the brains of the surveillance system.
And is this where an SD and a SIM card would be for that camera system?
Yes.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 93? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the SD card that was collected from that arrest van.
And if you zoom in a little bit, is there a specific number listed on that SD card?
There is. There's the size, the 128 gigabyte, and there's also what appears to be either a serial number or I think we called it a serial number.
And I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 94. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the back side, the opposite side of both of those objects. We always take a front and a back if it's a kind of a two-sided object.
And was this the SD card and SIM card that you collected? That you and your team, and the seizing agent, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is the SD card that's photographed. Just make sure. It's photographed in Exhibit 93.
Is there a license plate number listed on that item at any point?
No, there's not. Actually, up here in the corner. I'm sorry. Normally it's down there, but yes, it is up there in the upper right corner.
And what does that say?
It identifies it to that vehicle that we also have the photograph of, as well as the date.
And is that 0468?
It is, yes.
And can you publish State's Exhibit 93? Can you zoom in on that? Does that number on that SD card match the SD card that is in that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And other than, actually, I guess any additional marks on there, was it altered or modified in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks to be in the same description as the picture from that day.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers to admit State's Exhibit 95, the SD and SIM card.
No objections.
State's 95 is admitted.
You may taken a few more pictures and then collected a few more items from that arrest van, but was that the main item that was collected from that 0468 arrest van?
Yes, like I said, the other one was the scanner, and that was the package scanner, and that was it.
Now, on December 5th, 2022, did you also look at the, again, we're going to call the abduction van?
We did, yes.
And what did you and your team do on that?
So that van was inside a sally port or a car garage area at the Wise County facility, and it was loaded with packages, and it was definitely the van that he was driving on the day of the abduction. So we wanted to process it for forensics, meaning hairs and fibers, blood, DNA, whether that's semen, vaginal fluids, saliva. So in order to do that, we would, as I talked about yesterday, we would go ahead and suit up in our Tyvek with our booties, take our entry photos, and start unloading the van so that we could get to the back of the van and do our forensic search.
And as the team lead, were you there when the complete search was done and when these photos were taken?
Yes.
And you're on the approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 96 through 115. And have you seen these items before?
Yes. Yeah, this is the van inside that garage, as I talked about. And once again, they're the start of our entry photos.
And have you had the opportunity to review all those photos prior to coming in here?
I have, yes.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the search and the evidence collected on December 5th of 2022 in the abduction van?
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 96 through 115.
Any objection?
States Exhibits 96 through 115 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to have you publish a States Exhibit 10. What are we looking at here in States Exhibit 97?
So this would be one of the entry photos to start the search of the van. One of the initial photos that we would take with some. It was a little cramped in that garage, so I think the photographer, we talked about just starting at the best angle we could, and then we'd work our way around. So this is probably kind of the start of those photographs with some. Looks like identifying FedEx numbers.
And this is a garage. Is this at the White County Sheriff's Office, or where is this at?
It is, yes.
And is it a secured and locked location?
It is. And it's also important for it to be inside the garage for not only security and control, but as we do our search, we have to have a dark environment to do an alternate light source, which we did in this case, and so we have to be able to turn off the lights.
Okay. See States Exhibit 99. Showing you States Exhibit 99. What are we looking at here?
Like just identifying one of the cameras that's on the vehicle.
And you published States Exhibit 102. You zoom in. Is there a license plate in this photo?
There is, yes.
And what is this license plate on this van?
It is N as in November, N as in November, R as in Romeo, 4995.
And is that license plate the license plate of the abduction van?
It is, yes.
And have you published State's Exhibit 105? And what are we looking at here in this picture?
So this is the back of the van as we found it that day when we responded to process it. It was still loaded with packages that hadn't been delivered yet or had just been picked up.
Have you published State's Exhibit 106? And what are we seeing in this photo?
So this is the same van, same back of the van after we've removed all of the packages that were back there.
And what did you do with the packages that were in this van?
We removed them out of the van and we put them in another container, and I can't remember if it was a van or a temporary storage area.
I guess you don't know, but if they got picked up to be delivered to the rightful people?
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think FedEx came and got them eventually.
Okay.
But, I wasn't in charge of that part once we
Okay.
unloaded them.
You published State's Exhibit 108. And what do we see here in this photo?
So this looks like the front passenger side, and it's a backpack and appears to be a hoodie.
Now, this backpack and hoodie, we're talking about the abduction van. Whose backpack and hoodie is that? Is that Tanner Horner's or someone else's?
Section Lynn.
Sustained, don't lead your witness.
Whose backpack is that?
It's unclear, but we did know that Tanner Horner was not driving the vehicle when it was seized at the time. So our assumption there was that it was the current driver's. I don't have his name, but not Tanner Horner's.
And can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in a little bit? What are we seeing in the back of this photo here?
As far as personnel?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how we would dress when we do a forensic search. So we have our Tyvek on with the hoodie, and they have probably started processing, or at least getting ready to do the vacuuming.
So that is the white Tyvek suit that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 109? And what are we looking at in this picture? What angle is this coming from?
So this is coming from the cargo area, looking into the driver and the passenger area of the vehicle.
So you were standing at that cargo door. That's what you would be staring at.
Correct, yes.
I'll show you what's published 110. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the same, the brains of that surveillance system that's on the FedEx van.
Is this the same camera system that was on the arrest van that we've already talked about?
It's very similar. I don't know if it's the exact same model, but yeah, it's. I think this one had a little bit different camera setup, but it's the same type of system.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 111? And what are we looking at here?
So that would be the SD card that was in the system itself from the other picture.
The front portion of that SD card?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to show 112. And what are we looking at here?
The back side of the SD card, and the white thing is the SIM card, but the SD card is the black one that we took the front and back photos of.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Weary, if you can go ahead and put it on. Yeah, thank you. Already have you. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 116. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, the SIM card is, I know it's in here. There it is. Yes. Yeah. It is in here, but there are also some thumb drives, but the SD card is in here.
And I'm going to have you read the front of the package first. What is the license plate number on this package?
It is November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is associated with the abduction van?
Yes, it is.
And is that where that SD and SIM card were seized?
Correct. Yes.
December 5th of 22.
Yes.
And I believe you're looking at the SD card in there.
I am.
Can you see that?
It's very small, but yes, I can see it.
And we can open it if you need to, but if you can see those numbers, do the numbers match the photographs that were taken on 2022?
Yes, they do.
And you were there present when this item was collected?
Yes.
And when this item was collected, you were here handed it to the Wise County Sheriff's Office for storage?
Yes. After we collected it, it was handed over to Wise County.
Okay. And the USB drives were added when Ranger Espinoza went and got the full video put in place?
Yes. They could be derivative evidence of the SD card.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 116.
No additional objections.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 116 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. In finalizing this search on the abduction van on December 5th of 2022, was there any additional evidence that you guys collected at that time?
For the abduction van, we did take some forensic vacuuming samples. So when we do that, we have a vacuum that has a clean filter on it, and we vacuum in quadrants. And so we'll vacuum like the driver's side, and then we'll get a new filter, change gloves, go over to the passenger side, take vacuums, and then we'll vacuum the back cargo area as well. And then after doing that, we would do a fingerprinting. So we would look for latent prints around the vehicle. If we see any obvious ones, we can take photographs. Otherwise, then we start dusting. And I believe we did dust the frame area that looks into the driver and passenger side from the cargo area. So we lifted some prints there, and then there was a couple of areas where we took some swabs as well. So we do swabs for DNA, and we can do whether it's touch DNA or whether it's actual bodily fluids. It's the same swab that we would use to collect that.
And to your knowledge, was there any real evidentiary value of any of those items?
On that day, I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Yeah.
I kind of move you ahead. So after December 5th of 2022, was your FBI ERT team asked to do anything additional with regards to this investigation for Athena Strand?
Yes, we were asked to come back out and reprocess the abduction van.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6, 2023.
And why were you asked to come back out?
So when we processed the van the first time, we have forensic flashlights that emit a blue light at a wavelength of 455 nanometers, and so that's a good enough wavelength to process the scene for bodily fluids, or you can see cleaning supplies with that. But sometimes, if things have been cleaned up well, that the strength of the flashlight isn't quite strong enough. So we have another system that we have back at the office that, in discussion with our FBI lab folks, thought that might be a better option for us to process there. So we decided to, in coordination with Wise County and at their request, come back out and reprocess the vehicle with a stronger, basically a stronger flashlight, forensic flashlight.
And at that time, were you aware that Tanner Horner attempted to clean up that abduction van?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
So as part of the discussions for redoing or reprocessing the van, Wise County mentioned that when we did it on December 5th, there was still a lot of information from the interviews, and the autopsy hadn't been processed yet. So as those items came in, it allowed us to have more information to reprocess the van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 117 through 139. And have you been able to review all of these prior to coming in today?
I have.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
And what are they?
This is the entry photos and item photos for that search on January 6th. Along with the sketch, photo of the sketch and the items seized.
And were you present when these photos and this search were conducted on that day?
I was.
And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw during that search and the evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 117 through 139.
Judge, we have no objections to the majority of the photos. However, we do have objections to 126, 127, and 128. For 126, the proper foundation has not been laid, and the officer has not testified to any personal knowledge of that document, and I apologize, it's 126, not 128. As for 127 and 128, these fall under a police report, and
I'm sorry?
these are part of a police report, and therefore they're hearsay with no exception.
Let me see, 126, 127, 128.
Your Honor, they are just the diagram of where the actual 10 swabs were taken and the swab.
Objection. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to hold in abeyance 126 Your objections to 127 and 128 are sustained. And I'm gonna hold 126
Thank you, Judge.
at this time.
Have you published State's Exhibit?
And all the other, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Dewell,
no, I'll
states
print it.
117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and then 129 through 139 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 118. And what are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the what we're calling the abduction van, again, with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Yes.
Okay, we are still looking at what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is with the abduction van?
It is, yes.
Okay. Published State's Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie-down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Objection here, sir.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
You can be going around. State's Exhibit 123. And what are we looking at here?
so these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these types of items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told.
Objection here, sir.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. Objection sustained.
And did you process these green bungees and collect these?
Yes, we did.
Show you what states, or actually, just want to hold on that, Mr. Ray. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
Make our other
next up.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
So it has item number 2, which matches our labeling nomenclature as well as all the other items on the bag. The description is listed as green cords with the number 3 beside that.
And other than any lab processing, has it been altered in any way, to your knowledge? And were you present when this item was seized, and were you considered the seizing agent?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offered evidence, State's Exhibit 142.
Yeah, maybe fresh.
Ms. Dooley, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I believe I just offered to admit State's Exhibit 142.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me, Mr. Goble?
Okay.
All right, States 142 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We can publish State's Exhibit 124. And what are we looking at here?
So these are what we call black bungee cords or black, yeah. So they're black bungees. They were found in the back cargo area of the van.
And were these items collected and placed into evidence?
They were, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I believe you have the item in front of you, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 141.
Yes.
And can you, have you seen that item before?
I have, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's our labeling nomenclature with the case, the FBI case number, the date, the VIN, a description that says bungee cord, one bungee cord in piece, and then and location was storage area and truck. It has a collector initial for Angela Klein, and then my initial as well as an assistant collector / witness.
And other than being open for any type of processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
Nope, just the Weiss County Sheriff's label and a couple markings from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 141.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me?
No additional objections, Judge.
Okay. States, those are overruled. It states 141 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. You could publish 129. And Special Agent Ross, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is our alternate light source that we use for conducting forensic, kind of a forensic light test of the back of the van. It uses a wavelength of light, and we wear orange goggles to look through, and it can illuminate stains that were left behind by bodily fluids such as semen or intestinal fluids, urine, other things. It's a stronger power than the flashlights.
So this is the stronger one of the flashlights you were speaking to us earlier about?
Correct, yes. And in this photograph, you can't photograph it with a naked eye or a naked camera. You have to have filters and everything. So we leave it in place when we're taking the photograph to show kind of where the stain was.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 130. And what are we looking at here?
This photograph is the same setup where we're trying to show where the stain is using that alternate light source. This is, I believe, the step going into the cargo van, and this is the swab technique that we use to take a swab for DNA.
And the light source, is that what is, I guess, shining on
Illuminating.
this object?
Yes.
And I believe a minute ago you talked about a special camera to take this photo.
So yeah, it's the same camera, it just has a special filter on it. The same where we wear orange goggles or orange glasses, you can put that same filter on the camera lens.
And were you present when these DNA swabs were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I believe you have in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes,
Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is a box containing 10 swabs. So this is our standard nomenclature. It's the date, the case number, the vehicle identification number. So it would have been 3678, the abduction van. So it's, like I said, 10 swabs from cargo hold. Once again, it was the collector of Katie Tibbett and the assistant collector of Angela Klein, both of their initials, and then they would all have been contained into this one box or one bag.
And I know we only showed this one photo, but we admitted into evidence photos that match each one of those swabs.
Yes, yeah. After I reviewed the photos, they matched the swab locations.
And other than any processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
I don't believe so. Yeah, other than the additional Wise County label and a couple of lab notes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 140.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit 140 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
After the search on January 6th, did you with the FBI or ERT team, did you do any additional searches at that time, or did that conclude?
After this search of the van and the swabs and the items collected on January 6th, I myself and the blue team, who I'm the TL for, did not do any more searches.
Thank you. And pass it to the judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Agent Ross.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Actually, can I first?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand what's in Mark Defense Exhibits 6 through 10.
Steve?
I believe you had a chance to look at those before the court.
I did, yes, sir.
Can you identify those for me, please?
So these were photographs taken on December 2nd when we did the search of Athena Horner's shed and the associated residence. These pictures appear to be pictures of the main residence for that address.
And they are true and accurate representations of what you observed that night?
Yes, these would have been entry photos that we would take before, or as we're entering the house before we've done any kind of searching.
Your Honor, I move to have Exhibits 6 through 10 defense exhibits admitted.
Passing, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, defense Exhibits 6 through 10 are admitted.
Your Honor, I move to publish these to the jury.
Yes.
May I do it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
There you go. Just to clarify, those are pictures of Jackie Hardison's residence.
Yes. Yeah, the main house of the residence.
Do you know her relationship to Mr. Horner?
I do not.
Thank you, Ross. You testified earlier about using brown butcher paper.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me again why that's important when handling evidence?
So when we remove evidence from its found location, sometimes due to environmental conditions or lighting or something like that, we have to move it to an area that would be better suited to take those photographs and also the scale photographs. So in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence, we place it on a clean sheet of butcher paper. We put down one butcher paper to protect us from the ground, and then so that one would be clean. We put down another sheet for each item so that that sheet could then be wrapped up and put in with the item. Sometimes, we have to move it inside if it's raining, or inside of an area that hasn't maybe been associated with that item.
And you'll actually send the butcher paper with the item?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why a sock would have a whole big bag, because we had a big wad of paper in with it to preserve that item.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember or not, but on a couple of your photographs of the FedEx van, in addition to having the big FedEx logo, I believe specifically states Exhibit 97 and 100 on the side there, it has a designation that it's a big top spin vehicle.
A big what? Sorry?
Big top spin, the company's name. I believe it says Contractor Services Program.
Okay, I do not recall that in the photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed using a light to show organic fluid, that light doesn't tell you what kind of organic fluid it is, does it?
It does not. That's why we take the swabs.
Now, as to those items seized, those were not collected by you.
Which items specifically?
We've got items 1 through 8. It looks like those were by Tippett and observed by Klein.
Which day were you talking about for the van?
This would be the January date. January 6th.
Okay. And are you referring to the swabs specifically, or?
Yes.
I don't have the item numbers in front of me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
This who collected them?
So the swabs were collected by Tippett and Klein.
And then the other 3 items were collected by Klein with you as the observer.
Correct, yes.
And these items were turned over to Elise Amy with the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Correct, yes.
And after that, you wouldn't know what happened.
No, once we turn it over, it's within her chain of custody.
I'll pass it to John.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For purposes of the record, the defense exhibit to State's Exhibit 126 is sustained. I need a break. Give me about 15 minutes and we'll start up at 10:20. are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Amy, would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
First name's Elise, A-L-I-S-E. My last name is Amy, A-M-E-Y.
And Ms. Amy, let me ask you a couple of questions. Back in November of 2022, where were you employed?
Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And back in November of 2022, what were you doing for the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
Now let me back you up just a little bit. In order to be a crime scene investigator, do you have to be a certified and licensed peace officer?
That's correct.
So let's give just a little bit of your education in order for you to be a licensed peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
Great. I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, just tell the jury a little bit about where you went and got licensed to be a peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
So I went to Vernon College in Wichita Falls and got my basic peace officer's license. And then I went through FTO training at the Sheriff's Office. And then once I got done with my FTO training, I spent probably 8 months total in patrol. And then I went and applied for the crime scene investigator sergeant's position, where I was granted that sergeant's position. And then through there, I became a advanced latent fingerprint investigator, and also a forensic investigator as well.
All right. So let's talk about CSI. When did you get promoted to CSI sergeant?
About 8 months after being on patrol.
And did you have to have any particular additional training and other things to be a CSI sergeant?
I did go through I went through the FTO program that they had at the Sheriff's Office, and then prior to becoming a full-time CSI investigator, I actually did it part-time as well.
Okay. And during that time being a CSI investigator, were you under the supervision of other CSI investigators during that time?
Yes, sir.
And who was your primary supervising investigator during that time?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Say that again.
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay.
So
Spell that last name for the court report.
Y-A-R-O.
First name Brett with 2 T's?
That's correct.
Is he also a sheriff's deputy at the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And had he been there quite a bit longer than you?
Yes, sir.
And how long had he been in CSI when you made CSI sergeant?
For an extended amount of time.
A lot longer than you.
Yes, sir.
So, with regard to being in CSI, they don't just turn you loose just to do CSI stuff when you walk in the door, do they?
No, sir.
And during the time that you're in CSI, you said you went through an FTO program.
Yes, sir.
And does that stand for Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of like what you do when you're being a deputy and on patrol? Do you do a similar course of training?
Yes, sir. It's like a probationary period.
And so with regard to CSI and the Deputy Yarrow being your primary, was he your primary supervisor through all of that FTO training?
No.
Okay, who else did you have?
Each month I had a different phase that I went into whenever I was on patrol. So I would have one sergeant from one shift, and then we had 4 shifts on patrol. And so each phase I went through different shifts, and a different sergeant would be my field training officer.
So with each of those, you would have to get checked off by each one of them.
Yes.
Is that same process is what happens when you get promoted to CSI sergeant with regard to CSI Deputy Yarrow?
Yes.
Okay. And so with regard to CSI, were you allowed to simply just walk into CSI and start doing all this stuff?
No.
And in fact, when you're doing CSI work up until the time that you were allowed to be out on your own, are you supervised by somebody during that time?
Yes, depending on the offense, yes.
And so when we talk about CSI, are we talking about evidence collection, documentation, things of that nature?
Yes.
Are we talking about taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. All the things that we might consider crime scene related, that's what CSI does.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we move to November of 2022, you said you had been in the position of CSI sergeant. How long in November of 2022?
About that time, I was about 6 months into being a crime scene investigator.
All right. And during that time, and at the end of November 2022, you called to participate in the search for Athena Strand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you where were you first dispatched to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
The father's house.
And where is that?
In Paradise, Cottondale area.
Is it a rural area?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you went out there and you were tasked at that residence?
Yes, sir. I was tasked that morning. That morning we had a briefing and with all of our investigators of what we were going to be doing that day.
All right, I'm going to clarify that. Do you remember which day that was?
Thursday the 1st.
So on that first part of this, on that Thursday, what were you tasked with doing on that Thursday?
So I was basically, my primary location was to be at the house at the residence. A bunch of our investigators separated with civilian search teams at that time, and if they found something that they needed to be documented or found like it was important, I would go and document it at that time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, when you got to the Strand home, what do you do like when you first get there?
When I first got there, I got orders for what they wanted me to do, and then whenever everybody kind of broke off, I started documenting where I was and started my kind of initial investigation.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, take any photos?
Yes, sir. I initially took a video and then followed it up with photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as states number 10. Okay. Is this one of your photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this has already been admitted through Ashley Strand. Is that at the location we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you took a multitude of photos of that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, did you take pictures of this abandoned structure that we saw here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the Strand home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the surrounding stuff around it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit. At that time, that's what you were tasked with.
Yes.
Okay. On December 1st, 2022, were you tasked to do anything else on December 1st, 2022? We're good, Mr. King. Thank you. Here.
Just to, if somebody found anything, just to kind of document it, follow any kind of leads that what we thought could potentially be her and lead us into a direction.
So at this point in time, as we've seen in the scene, was there a lot of searching going on at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were there a lot of assets deployed, including law enforcement and civilians that were out searching for Athena in that general area?
Yes.
So were you tasked to do anything as part of that searching during that time?
Yes. So, like I said, I took the video of everything, and then the FBI showed up that day, and they took their pictures, and we walked around the initial residence that you see in the front yard, and then we did our investigation into the back and also the shed.
And at some point, were there items that may have come up during the search that you needed to take pictures of or document?
Yes.
And what kind of, just give a short example, what kind of things did you go take pictures of?
A set of keys. I think we found boots, socks, things of that nature.
So these are things that out in the search area
They were very spread out.
that people had located
Yes, sir.
that thought might relate to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And then you went out and took pictures of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, was that the total of what you did on December 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's move to December 2nd. What are you doing on December 2nd in the first part of that day?
We meet at the father's residence again and that's whenever everybody got together and we had a meeting of law enforcement searches.
Okay. And so would I be correct when you said searches that law enforcement's continuing to search? Is that right?
Yes, no civilians at that time.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Athena Strand's body had been located?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, at any point, actually.
Oh, just in the evening time, yes.
So, did you also become aware that FedEx vehicle had also been acquired by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I just want to get this right on the time periods. Did you participate in the actual search of the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in?
I assisted the FBI.
And when you say assisted, were you actually actively participating in the actual collection of evidence and that kind of thing, or were you doing something else?
No, so they had distinguished people who took pictures and collected evidence, and then I received the evidence.
Okay. And so let me get this right in time. You said that they found her body in the evening. When was the search of the arrest van performed? Was it before or after they found her body?
Before.
So let's talk about the search of the arrest van. Okay. And when I say arrest van, you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in on December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I'll refer to the other vehicle as the abduction vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
So on December 2nd, where is the location of the arrest van?
It is brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Where you work?
Yes, sir.
And were you tasked, like you said before, to assist the FBI?
Yes.
And so let me just get a picture of this in my head. Does the FBI, do they bring all their own stuff, or do you have to provide things?
They bring their own stuff.
And is this what we commonly see with the FBI and their moon suits and things like that?
Yes.
And so with regard to the FBI, are you watching them, what they're doing in searching this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you actually out there on scene when they're searching it?
Yes.
And during that time, and we'll talk to the FBI about that. So it sounds like you're just kind of standing there waiting. Is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, what is your actual participation with regard to the search of the arrest van?
After they got done searching the arrest van, they took their pictures, they collected the evidence, and then they turned the evidence over to me.
All right. And when you say turn it over to you, is that like a physical turnover? They hand it to you?
Yes.
And then once they hand it to you, that you can see we have some evidence out here. They hand you the evidence, and you've got it. What do you do with it at that point?
I walk it to our CSI lab and put it in our lockers.
Okay. So from that point, your job, and I'm not trying to minimize your job as a CSI here, was to just physically carry the evidence from point A to point B.
Correct.
And did you open any of the evidence?
No.
Did you handle any of the evidence, take it out of any of the bags or anything else?
No.
So as the FBI left it with you, you placed it in your locker.
Yes, sir.
And did you have any other contact with regard to the search of the arrest van evidence from 12/2 of 22? Did you have any other contact with the evidence?
No.
Now, also, you mentioned that you were there at the recovery of Athena Strand's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that somebody who had, I would say, fairly limited 6 months CSI experience.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
How long had you been in CSI when you attended the body recovery of Athena Strand?
6 months.
And at that time, where was your field training officer, or your let me just ask you, where was CSI Sergeant Yarl?
He was out. He was out.
Okay. Did he have COVID?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She's answered.
And at this point, you get tasked to do body recovery. Okay. So let me just ask you, is it just you, CSI Amy, out there recovering this body, or are there other people?
Oh, so there was other people.
Okay. And who were those other people?
3 other FBI agents.
Okay. And was it just those 3 FBI agents, or were there other people on the scene as well?
There was law enforcement up on the bridge and in the road, everybody who had been there with the search, and then there was 2 investigators, 2 FBI special agents taking pictures, and then there was the 3 FBI agents, and including myself for the body.
And when you say, and I'm not going to go in depth into the body recovery, this is where is this where we physically remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
And is there a process by which we take to remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't need every detail, but just give us the short version of what it takes to recover a body from the water.
So how we walked the scene. We got a good idea of where we needed to go, and because of the grass being grass and dirt and a mixture of certain things, the FBI did what they are trained to do, and I did. So I worked the top. So I worked the ledge where we placed her. We laid out a bag, and then we laid out a sheet. So once they removed her from the water and I laid her on the sheet, then that is where we documented any kind of physical evidence.
So with regard to removing her body from the water, who performed that physical task?
The 2 FBI agents in the water.
And then you said once they get her out of the water, you prepared an area? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So I prepared an area because it was dirt and gravel and rocks. So I prepared an area to where as soon as she came out, any kind of evidence would be preserved on the sheet.
And at that time, are there people taking all of this happening?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you taking any pictures of all of this happening?
No.
And so why do we prepare the scene with the sheet and other things? Why do that?
I was taught that you never know, so it's evidence preservation. It's the way we collect evidence, and at the time, bodies are it's a piece of evidence.
And so at this time, does that occur? Does the FBI remove the body and then place it on your area where you have it set up?
Yes.
And at this particular time, you said there's a sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And what else is around the sheet or covering? Is there anything else around besides the sheet?
Just the body bag.
Okay. And so with regard to that, the FBI then removes Athena from the water. The role at that point with regard to Athena's body?
I asked the FBI to document Athena the way that I am trained, because that is how I do ours. We talked it out. They took the pictures. We scaled everything. I bagged her hands for any kind of evidence preservation and signed it, and then put her in the bag, and we carried her upstairs.
So let me ask you, said something about bagging her hands. I'm going to ask some questions about that. What does that mean when you bag someone's hands?
So we have brown bags. When you collect evidence, we put them in brown bags. Anytime there's a body involved, any type of DNA or anything that could be possibly on the hands, you put them in brown bags and then you tape them, and then that's kind of like you sealing your evidence for preservation. So that's what that means.
Now, if you know, do you know where the Athena's body ended up from where you took it to where it ended up? Do you know where it ended up?
Medical examiner's office.
And when you have a body bag like that, is there a process by which you go about securing the body bag such that it's not tampered with or opened or anything else?
Yes. So the last pictures of any crime scene, I asked the feds to take the last picture as well. Once a body is placed in a bag, we zip it up, and then we have body bag tags that follow that body. And so at our last pictures that we took were of the tag front and back.
And you said pictures we took, not any pictures that you took. So
that's correct.
So we're on that scene. Do you do that? Do you tag the hands? Or bag the hands? Do you then seal up the body bag at that time?
Yes.
And at that point, and I'm just asking you physically, how does Athena's body in the bag go from where you have it on the creek side, if you will? How does it get to its next location?
The four of us carried her up to the van.
So when you say the four of you, I'm just going to clarify here, that's you and who else?
3 FBI agents.
And then she went into some form of vehicle?
Yes. The funeral home.
All right. And from that point in time, did you have any more contact with her body or anything to do with that?
No.
So at that point, are you done with your role in the processing of Athena's body?
Yes.
Did you do all of the tagging and things with regard to her hands and the bag like you just talked about?
Yes.
So at that point, we now have had a search of an arrest van on earlier in the day. We've now recovered Athena's body. What is the next step you took in your role as CSI in this case?
So following that, I was contacted by an investigator to process Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so with regard to processing of Mr. Horner, is that processing of his physical self?
Yes.
And where was that conducted?
At the Wise County Jail.
All right. And was that just you in the Wise County Jail? Was there anybody else there?
Sergeant Oliver was there.
You say Sergeant Oliver. Who's Sergeant Oliver?
He was a CID investigator.
And was he also participating in this case with Ranger Espinosa?
Yes.
And so who all else is there to process Tanner Horner?
Just the two of us.
Okay. And when you say process Tanner Horner, what types of things generally did you do to process his person?
So I would take pictures, all 4 sides, and then document any injuries he may have on his body.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And was Sergeant Oliver there the entire time as well?
Yes.
Was that the extent of your role in the processing of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And when was that done? Tell me that again.
That was done just after we recovered Athena.
Okay, so in the evening of the 2nd.
Yes.
So now we've gotten to the evening of the 2nd. Do you do anything else on the 2nd?
No.
Right. When is your next time to participate in any capacity in your employment as a CSI in this case?
May I look at my reports real quick?
Sure.
So it would have been 12/5.
So body recovery on 12/2 and then 12/5 is the next time you participate in this case in any capacity.
Yes.
And what was that?
That is the day that we processed both FedEx trucks.
Okay. Now you've already testified that the FBI has already looked at the arrest vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, had anybody looked at the abduction vehicle at that time?
No.
So you said that on 12/5, do we have both vehicles we're looking at that day?
May I look at my report right quick?
Sure.
So we just did the van number 1, which you're calling the abduction van.
Okay. And I was going to ask you that if you had a particular deal for it. So in your report, that's referred to as van number 1.
That's correct.
So this abduction vehicle, AKA van number 1, who is participating in the processing of that vehicle?
The FBI ERT and myself.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was this the same process that y'all took when you did the search of the arrest van? I'm assuming that'd be van number 2?
That's correct.
Is it the same process you testified that happened in the search of the first van?
Yes.
So did you participate in any of the evidence collection or anything else, or was that the FBI?
That was the FBI.
So anything with regard to collection of evidence, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And your role, was it again what you testified before, essentially as a carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And any evidence that was collected in the van number 1, the abduction vehicle, did you do the same thing with it?
Yes.
And all of that evidence, Did you open any of it or mess with any of it at that time?
No.
No. So at that point in time, so what do you do next? That's 12/5. What happens next?
So on 12/15, I was contacted by our property manager, Paige Dobines, to meet her in her property room.
Sorry, Judge, that was me.
Let me ask you, with regard to what you did on the 15th, who all was there on the 15th?
It was the victim's mother, or the mother's attorney, myself, and Sergeant Paige Dobines.
And so let me show you, Judge Mann.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked. States 154. Reading this. States 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Will you take a second and look at those and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes,
Okay. And who took those pictures?
I did.
And was that on the 15th like you just talked about?
Yes,
And those pictures depict exactly what you saw on that particular day?
yes.
Okay. Judge would have to submit states 154 to 158. My numbers are good.
No objection.
State's exhibits 154 through 158 are admitted.
And ask you, this particular time when they arrived, just give us a general description of what they brought you and what was in the box.
So when I arrived into our conference room at the sheriff's office, I was met with them, and there was a Walmart package on the floor.
Okay, cool. And can we? Oh, actually, no. Pause right here. This particular box that we see in this exhibit that we already have up here, states number 10. Is that the same box that you have in those pictures in front of you?
Yes,
And so that box, I guess, went from that scene to you at this point on the 15th.
yes,
Did the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you saw it here?
yes.
And let me ask you, there we go. Is that your picture as well in states number 9?
Yes.
And then so when that gets there, is your only role with that box just to take some pictures of it?
And to collect it as evidence.
And when you say collected as evidence, what does that mean?
So I document the box, I document what's in the package, and then I package the box up into a Wise County Sheriff's Office bags and seal it.
And so is this your picture as well in states 155?
Yes,
And is this what's in the box?
yes.
And Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Again with the glasses, sorry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 159.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about it before we get into it. When you take in evidence and you document evidence, do you put a tag on it?
Yes.
Okay. And that tag, is that your tag that's on that?
Yes.
And also, is that some of your writing also on that box?
This is Sergeant Yarl's writing.
Okay, but you collected it.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you physically put it in that bag?
No.
Okay. Were you with Sergeant Yarrow when he put it in the bag?
I was off that day.
Okay. So when you say you collected it, what do you mean you collected it?
So as soon as I collected the evidence, I took it to locker number 1 in Page's property room.
Okay. When you say Page's property room, is that our evidence?
Yes.
So you took it physically
Yes.
and you took it to property.
Yes.
And it was later actually placed in a bag like this.
Yes.
By who?
By Sergeant Brett Yarl.
So the item that's in that, do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the item you collected?
Yes, sir.
Judge Woodoffer states 159.
Your Honor, I object as, may we approach?
No, I don't.
Okay. Your Honor, she didn't collect it. We don't have a chain of custody on this. She admitted that she didn't put it in the bag. So how does she know what is in the bag is what was taken to the locker?
Right. Your objection at this point is to state.
All right. So the next, that's on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And with regard, what did you do next with regard to this case involving Athena Strand?
And Your Honor, you would also object to having State's Exhibit 158 displayed without the witness testifying to it?
158 has been admitted into evidence.
Exactly, Your Honor, but we would object to them leaving it up on the screen while the witness is not testifying to it.
No, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What did you do next? You said you collected the box that you just talked about with the Barbies in it. What did you do next?
So the next day was January 6th. That is when the FBI ERT team met me back at the Wise County Sheriff's Office jail, where the van 1 was, and that's where we called it DNA Day. Is when we searched the van for DNA using an alternative light source.
And so again, kind of the same questions I've asked you before. When the FBI shows up, do you get to participate with the FBI when they're doing their business?
No.
And so with regard to anything they did, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And then are you, similarly, what I asked you before, the carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And so any evidence they collected on that day on January 6th of 2023, I didn't ask you, is that January 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And any evidence they collected, did you open any of it or tamper with it or do anything with it?
No.
Just simply carried it and put it in locket?
Yes.
Do you have any more contact with that evidence from the time at which you carried it and put it in locket?
No.
All right. What do you do next?
The next day is 110. We were advised to take the floor out of van number 1. There were some markings on the victim's face, so that were consistent with the patterns on the floor of the FedEx van.
Well, now you didn't conduct any investigation into any marks on the victim or anything like
No.
that, did you?
No.
You were instructed to go and simply take the floor bands out.
Yes.
And was that just you?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And so, what did y'all have to do to remove the floor panels from the feet?
May I go to my report?
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you. I'm going to speed this up a little bit here. When you remove them, does that include unscrewing them from the floor?
Yes.
And does that remove, actually physically?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Don't lead your witness.
What do you have to do to remove these panels from the vehicle?
We have to unbolt them from the chassis of the truck and then remove them one by one.
And when that's done, what do you do with them?
We bagged them in brown paper since they were so big and they were in 5 or 6 different pieces. We'd have to bag them separately, and then we tagged them with our initials.
And is that you and CSI Sergeant Yarrow?
Yes.
Get all that done, do you then tag those and place them in evidence?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Once they're all collected and put in the brown paper, what do you do with them?
I take them to locker number 1.
Any other contact with those items?
No.
Now, did you then go back out and take a look at the arrest vehicle in January of 23, at the end of January?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do on late January of 2023?
We were looking for a piece of paper or a sticker, decal of some sort that was placed over the video camera.
Okay. And who were you with?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And were you able to locate any evidence?
Yes, we located a number of FedEx tags. We found out that they were actually FedEx
Objection, Your
tags.
Honor.
I'm sorry.
Based on hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
We found out that they were FedEx tags, and we collected an abundance of amount of FedEx tags from the FedEx van.
When you say FedEx tags, what are we talking about? Can you describe what a FedEx tag is for the jury?
So it's a small tag that has general information. May I refer to the pictures on the box?
Just give us a general description, then we'll talk.
They have names, sometimes tracking numbers or a barcode, some sort of identifying marker on it.
And these particular tags, are they as big as a sheet of notebook paper?
No.
Are they small?
Yes.
And these were things you were looking for in the vehicle?
Yes.
How many do you think you collected?
There were quite a few.
What did you do with them when you collected them?
We bagged them, we taped the bag, and we put them into our evidence locker.
With regard to those stickers, do you have any other contact with those once that's done?
No.
All right. What next? What happens next? In your role as a CSI in this case?
That is it for me. That was it for me.
Let me ask you, did you participate in removing the black boxes from these vehicles?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In the month of January, shortly after removing the floors.
And was it you who removed the black box or someone else?
No, someone else.
Who was that person? If you remember.
He was a trooper, Patrick. That's his first name.
So how does this come about that these black boxes are removed by the trooper? How does that happen?
We were just advised to meet him out there that he had to pull some information off of the vans and that there's a black box located in each FedEx van that could have vital information on it.
Did you actually do anything that day or just be present?
No, I was just present.
Now, we've gone through several things so far. Did you do anything else with regard to this case after you observed the trooper pull in the black boxes?
No.
That was at the end of February of 23, is that right?
I'm not really for sure. It was around the January, February. Yes.
So at that point in time, are you still employed as a CSI sergeant at that time?
Yes.
And between the rest of that time, and I guess I ask you, I don't see you in uniform. You're no longer employed by the Wise County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when was your last day at the Sheriff's Office?
In October of 23.
Okay. So how many months is that after you were done participating in this case?
7, 8.
7 to 8 months after this. Let me just ask you, were you fired from the SO, the
No.
Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Did you resign?
Yes.
What is your status with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
I am no longer a basic peace officer.
Okay. And when you resigned from that, what was your designation when you resigned? Honorable or dishonorable?
Honorable.
Now, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the defense will in a minute. At some point after this, did you have a little bump in your CSI career?
Yes.
And let's talk about that. Were you participating in an investigation into another murder committed in Wise County
Yes.
when this incident occurred?
Yes.
And was that also another murder that was charged as a capital murder?
Yes.
When did that murder occur, if you remember?
In June 2023.
So how many months after you were participating in this case here?
A year and some days.
You said how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in 22. It was, I don't know. I'm not counting.
Several months.
Several months.
And so what we're talking about here, and I'm just going to get into it here with you, was there an incident involving photographs that were taken in that investigation?
Yes.
And is that incident related to who took those photographs?
Yes.
And as far as your being, were you disciplined with regard to these photographs?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. What was the standing order when you went out on that scene with regard to who was supposed to be taking photographs?
I had an intern with me, and the intern was not supposed to take pictures.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you allow the intern to take pictures?
Yes.
And do you know how many pictures it was?
A handful.
And at that time, was that the standing order by the patrol captain at that time?
Yes.
So you didn't do what the patrol captain told you to do.
That's correct.
That's not good, is it?
No.
Now, the problem came up, you were asked later on if you had let that particular intern take those handful of photos. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
Told him no.
That's not true.
That's correct.
And that caused you some problems at the sheriff's office, didn't it?
Yes.
Are you proud of that you said something that wasn't true?
No.
But you did. Did you eventually tell your superiors that what you told them wasn't true at that time?
Yes.
And at that point in time, once you told them that it wasn't true, no longer get to be a CSI.
That's correct.
But you weren't fired.
No.
What was your duties after that?
I moved back down to patrol.
And you did that until you resigned in October of 23.
Yes.
Now, that incident happened after the one we're talking about here, correct?
Yes.
And other than that incident, do you have any other issues with regard to you not being accurate and truthful with your superiors?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have any other incidents where you were not truthful with regard to your superior?
No.
Pass witness. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sammy, how you doing?
Good.
I want to ask you a little bit about your job as an evidence tech. So your job when you were with the Wise County Sheriff's Department was to collect evidence at scenes,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was to photograph evidence at scenes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that when you have a criminal offense, especially something like a capital murder, that collecting evidence is a must.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you go out and collect evidence, a lot of what you collect would be the physical evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important to collect all the physical evidence. You would agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because physical evidence are objects that might establish that a crime had been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
Could provide a link between the crime and the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can also provide a link between the evidence and the suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would you agree with me that it could also exclude suspects?
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case, the priority is to do it properly.
Yes, ma'am.
And special care needs to be taken when collecting all evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, with the capital murder case, we have to be, take it up that extra notch. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because someone's life is on the line in that case. So we want to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you collect evidence, at the time that you collect the evidence, you don't know whether there's going to be a guilty or a not guilty plea, do you?
No, ma'am.
Because at the time you collect the evidence, 9 times out of 10, the case hadn't even been filed yet.
That's correct.
So would you agree with the proposition that you should treat every case when you go out into the field to collect evidence as if that case were going to go to trial?
Yes.
And so when you go out to collect evidence, it's important to do it properly because you don't want any contamination.
That's correct.
And explain to the jury what contamination is.
So anytime if I am collecting something from a crime scene, I need to have proper gloves on, you have to dress properly. If I need to wear booties in this crime scene, they go over your shoes, then I have to wear that. Anything that I can bring outside in or inside out.
Why is that important?
Cross-contamination can ruin evidence.
And cross-contamination can happen in a variety of ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That if you're not wearing proper gloves, that if you were to pick up something and hand it to someone else, your DNA could be on that item.
Yes.
And so when it gets placed into evidence, not only has that piece of evidence been contaminated, you could have destroyed any other evidence that may have been on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when I picked up my glass and talked about leaving my DNA on that glass, is that what we're talking about when we're talking about contact DNA or trace evidence or something like that?
Yes.
And every time someone handles a piece of evidence, it's possible that new physical evidence could be deposited onto it, right?
It's possible.
And that's why we wear gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we wear the booties.
Yes, ma'am.
And why we wear the protective gear. And why when collecting evidence or viewing evidence or doing anything like that, it's important to have a clean area to place that evidence on.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have that clean area to place evidence on, not only do you want the table clean, but you want to put butcher paper down or some sort of protective barrier there, right?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
And so sometimes that when evidence is being handled, a tech may inadvertently contaminate a piece of evidence. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and not doing it on purpose. Accidents happen. But that's why why it's so important to have that protective gear. Because if you don't have the gloves on, you might have the contamination by touch DNA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a mask on, you could sneeze, you could drip sweat, you could have any sort of respiratory fluids that come out, may contribute to additional DNA on an item.
Yes, ma'am.
And the tools that you use, each of those tools, proper procedure would tell you that you don't use the same tool twice.
Correct.
Or you don't use the same tool twice without disinfecting it and cleaning it properly between each use.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the packaging of evidence. Evidence has to be packaged in such a way after it's collected that basically just to prevent any contamination or destruction of the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, well, let me back up, because contamination, again, could affect the outcome of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't take a lot to contaminate or cross-contaminate an item of evidence, does it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when you put when you put evidence into a package, you also have to make sure that that evidence bag is not contaminated?
That's correct.
And a way to do that is to make sure that, again, everybody wears gloves, personal protective gear. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to packaging evidence, to avoid contamination, isn't it important that it should be sealed as soon as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And preferably to seal that evidence at the scene.
It just depends on evidence collection and where it's coming from.
But the main thing is you got to get it sealed quickly because you don't want any opportunity for evidence to become contaminated.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about storing evidence. After evidence is collected, it's important to make sure that it's also stored properly. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And part of that proper storage is that items shouldn't be, well, let me back up to packaging. If you have several items, you put all those items in a separate package, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't want to put a suspect's shoe in the same place with a victim's pair of pants, right?
That's correct.
You don't want to put more than one item in a bag because that too can cause contamination.
That's correct.
All right, so when we store the evidence, we want to make sure it's stored in a secure place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't want to store evidence from a suspect and evidence from a victim in the same place either, do we?
I don't understand your question.
I'll try to ask a better one.
Okay.
All right, when we store evidence in the evidence locker, it would be the better practice not to have any evidence related to the suspect in close proximity to any evidence related to the decedent.
No, ma'am. I mean, they're both everything is in its own bag. Everything is sealed before it ever goes into a locker.
All right, so let's talk about the evidence collection in this case. You were asked to participate in the investigation of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went out to the scene and documented what was going on at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe earlier you testified that there was an image of the box on the steps.
Yes, ma'am.
You photographed that at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took that into evidence?
No, ma'am.
I thought you testified earlier that you took that and handed it off to Paige Stovines.
That was on the 15th of December. That was not on the day that picture was taken.
Okay, so who actually collected that evidence?
I'm not sure.
And do you know how it got to Paige Dovines?
The day that I met with the victim's mother and her attorney is the day that it got to Paige Dobines.
So now is your testimony that when this was, that evidence was not seized at the time?
It was not seized the day that that picture was taken. No, ma'am, not by me.
And to your knowledge, was that seized by any law enforcement officer on that day?
I'm not sure.
But you do know that you met with the sheriff, or in the sheriff's office with Paige Dovines, Athena's mother, Miss Gandy, and Miss Gandy's attorney, Mr. Varghese. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was Mr. Varghese who is the one who provided that package to the sheriff.
That's correct.
And on what date was that?
It's on 12/15.
So that was 13 or 15, 16 days after that photo was taken?
Yes.
Part of your job in this case was also to serve a warrant on Mr. Horner at the jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job was to collect his DNA,
No, ma'am.
or to collect a buccal swab.
No, ma'am. That was not me.
Okay, so you were present when the buccal swab was collected?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Who was present when?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So, but you did process Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photos of him?
On 12/2. Yes, ma'am.
During the time that you took photos of him, he didn't try to fight you, did he?
No.
Didn't resist you in any way?
No.
Didn't try to commit any act of violence against you?
No.
He was cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, didn't cuss or yell at you?
No, ma'am.
He just did everything that he asked, or that you asked him to do, correct?
There was some resistance, but yes, ma'am. In the end, it was okay. Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he respected your authority as a person from the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with the sheriff's department?
At its entirety,
Yes.
a little over 2 years.
During that time, were you ever involved in what we call an evidence view, where the defense attorneys come in and view the evidence that was collected in a case?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there are times when defense attorneys want to come in and collect evidence, view the evidence that was collected in a case?
I've heard of such, but I don't know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we might be able to break here because I understand that lunch.
They're not here yet, so let's.
Oh, okay. May I approach the court reporter?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as, or offered into evidence as State's Exhibits number 120 through 122. Did you take these items, or did you process these items and collect them as evidence in this case?
No, ma'am. Let me refer to my report, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That was collected by the FBI ERT team.
All right, so I want to. Now, Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defendant's exhibits number 11 through 15, and I'd like you to take a look at this, please. Now, on defense exhibit number 11, does your name appear on that as receiving this evidence or having anything to do with the evidence that was included in this?
Yes, so this tag states that I received it from the FBI and put it into our RMS system at the sheriff's office.
All right, so I'd like you to take a look at defense 12 through 15, and look at states 120 through 122.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do those appear to be the same items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense offers defense exhibits 11 through 15, and I have given copies to the state to.
Defense exhibits 11 through 15 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, Miss Amy. When we are looking at All right, so let's take a look at defense exhibit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I'm sorry, I'm not very technologically advanced. All right, so we're looking at the evidence bag, and this is the evidence bag that would have been given to you to place in the locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows the handwriting and the chain of custody from whoever collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the importance of using protective gear when looking at evidence. And you talked about the importance of having a clean surface and having butcher paper between the item and the surface. In states or defense exhibits number 13, 14, and 15, do you see any butcher paper on the table?
No, ma'am.
And it's important to have butcher paper on the table because that can reduce the possibility of cross-contamination, correct?
Yeah, I can't answer why they didn't put it down. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
But I'm saying that it's important to have it there to reduce the chance of cross-contamination.
Yes, ma'am.
So evidence that was left on the table that has not been either sterilized or that doesn't have butcher paper, or if an officer didn't change his gloves routinely, as in between every item, there's a possibility that this piece of evidence could become contaminated.
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits 23 through 28. That right, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Amy, if you'll look at 23 to 28, I'd like you to. Do you recognize 23 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll offer defense 23 to 28. I have given you copies of all of them that we were. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we're going to object to these unless it's stated by the defense exactly when these were taken, because it's our belief they were taken into evidence review when the defendant was there, and none of these items were tested.
You need to lay the proper predicate. The objection sustained.
All right, so when, Judge, I'll hold this off and I'll talk to Mr. Yarrow about it.
Okay.
But I will talk to you about what happened with the paneling, because you were present with the paneling. And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibits 29 and 30. Is that your handwriting on the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you recognize your handwriting and the
Yes, ma'am.
description of the item?
Yes, ma'am.
When you package something and when you store evidence, you would agree with me that it's important to store it in such a way that it does not become destroyed or tampered with or any way changed.
That's correct.
And so when you store something, you want to make sure that it's not in any water, not in any other liquid, because that could cause contamination, correct?
Sure.
I want you to look at defense exhibit number 30. That's sneeze, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm going to offer, or do you recognize state's exhibit number, or defense exhibit number 30?
I don't.
Okay. And I will, let me get another one for you.
Okay.
Oops. When you processed the van, was it just you or who else was involved?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
I'm sorry?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay, then I'll hold off on these until Mr. Yarrow takes the stand. Miss Amy, the last thing that I really want to talk to you about is your disciplinary action that you had with the West County Sheriffs. You had been accused of not telling the truth to your superior officer about who had taken those photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had received a complaint, and that was just one of the incidents that was listed, right?
The complaint about the pictures?
Yes.
That was the only
Object if we're going to go outside the court's ruling on this.
Well, let me see where we're going. Go ahead.
So as a part of your complaint, you were accused of violating rule of conduct regarding truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You were given the opportunity to provide a response to that complaint, right?
That's correct.
After you provided the response, you had a chance to sit down with your captain at the time, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I'm not for sure.
And then after you met with that captain, you were given the opportunity to revise your response regarding the truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You revised that response, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted during the revised response that you had, in fact, not been truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Ms. Amy, I just want to go back. Were you the one that had processed the arrest van?
I assisted the FBI. I did not physically process it.
Okay. Did you take any items from the arrest van into custody?
Whatever the FBI ERT team collected, they collected it, and I walked it to our CSI locker.
Were you observing the collection of that evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were with the arrest van, one of the items that they collected was a backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Dragon Ball Z backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Okay, a couple of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Can you change that back?
This picture that you took on scene of this box, Deputy Amy, I'm gonna have you read that middle number on the box. What's that middle number on the box right there under TRK number? What's that number?
6184-8685-6845.
Let me show you State's 156. Is that the same number?
Yes, sir.
Same box?
Yes, sir.
Same box as you took a picture of? It was provided to you later on by an attorney and Mrs. Gandy, mother of Athena Strand.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson.
When you took the photos at the scene, was the box open?
At the house?
At the house, yes.
No, ma'am.
And when you took a photo at the sheriff's department after that box had been delivered, when it was received, had it been opened?
May I look at these pictures one more time? Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. State.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May Ms. Amy be excused subject to any potential recall?
Found the state, Your Honor.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45. Okay? See you then. We're ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Whose witness is this? Mr. Berry?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Yarrow, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. I'm Sergeant Brett Yarrow. It's Bretttyaro. I've been in law enforcement for 16 years, at the sheriff's office the whole time. I've been on SWAT, K-9, patrol for the last 8 years. Been in crime scene. I'm currently the supervisor and the head over our crime lab there at the county, and also a fingerprint expert in the state of Texas.
And how long is your total number of law enforcement years experience?
16.
And before becoming a law enforcement officer, did you work in any other fields?
Did I work in a law enforcement related job or?
No. Where did you become a law enforcement officer later in life?
I had a first career, sir, as a motorcycle racer.
Gotcha. And since you've been on the force at Wise County, you described a number of different jobs that you held, but with it for, I believe you said the last 8 years, what have you been primarily doing?
Working in crime scene, sir.
And when you say you're working in crime scene, can you kind of describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, so in our county, we have a little bit of a smaller county. So what that means for us is the jobs are more specialized and we do more jobs within that job. So I work on fingerprints for the county. I collect fingerprints. I process fingerprints. I put fingerprints in the computer, do comparisons. Along with the fingerprinting, we do pattern analysis on the fingerprints and other things like that. So we deal with patterns. We deal with friction rated detail as far as the fingerprints go.
Oh, Investigator Yarrow, I'm going to slow you down just a little bit, okay? Because the court reporter's got to take down everything you're saying. So you just slow down a little bit, but keep going.
And then as far as crime scene goes, I have a number of certs from the state, from Texas A&M. So I have a forensic cert, I have a crime scene investigator cert, photography certs, blood pattern analysis. I run our AFIX fingerprint computer, which is attached to AFIS, our state system. I also am the head over our lab, and what that basically means is I do a lot of house cleaning over there. We're constantly keeping the place clean. We're working on all the different types of equipment that we have in there and working with them. So if a scene comes available, which is very broad for us, what that means is I will work anything from a sexual assault to a large-scale robbery to suicide and homicide. So we wear a lot of hats under the same umbrella.
And since the time you've been in crime scene work, you and I have done a number of cases together. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including a number of homicide cases.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Well, with regard to that, you're familiar with investigating homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your training, have you been called upon to take what is known as buccal swabs from potential suspects?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain for the jury what you mean by that?
A collection of a buccal swab is we're basically taking a DNA swab. It's going to be from inside the cheek area of the mouth. 2 swabs normally. They're rotated up and down between the top of the gum and the bottom of the gum line. On the cheek on the outside, the swabs are being rotated. You actually rub vigorously while you're doing that. And then they're contained in a special sealable swab that is aerated so that it won't mold or anything like that once it's put into evidence, and then they're sealed in evidence envelopes.
And so let me go back to November 30th of 2022. And then I guess leading up through December 2nd of 2022, were you somewhat incapacitated during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yes, I was out with COVID.
Okay. And because of that, your trainee essentially was...
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear the question.
Well, who was working for you in the crime scene investigation unit there at the sheriff's office at that time?
Sergeant Amy.
And was she, tell us whether or not she was still in training or where she was in her career at that time?
So she was working through the FTO process in the crime lab.
And who was her FTO as far as in the crime lab?
That would be me, sir.
But because you were incapacitated, were you able to do that at that time? On those particular days?
No, sir.
Okay. So when was the first day back for you after you were recovering from the COVID?
I don't recall the exact date, to be honest with you.
Were you there by December the 5th of 2022 when the two vans were processed by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you able to observe that process as it was taking place?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day, were you also called upon to execute a warrant for buccal swabs on a person by the name of Athena Strand?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you know to be Tanner Horner here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the end of the table there, the defendant table. It's going to be a gray shirt, gray tie, light gray pants, black shoes.
And
that's the color it looks like to me.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record also reflect.
And sometime in the afternoon of December 5th, 2022, did you receive a warrant to take those buccal swabs from the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after receiving that warrant, what did you do?
We went ahead and processed the subject, sir.
Okay. And did you take a couple of pictures while you were in the room collecting the buccal swabs from the defendant?
I did, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 179, 180, 181, and 182. State's 179, is that a photograph of the warrant that you were operating under?
Yes, sir.
State's 180, what is that a photograph of?
Of Horner, sir.
And you're talking about the defendant?
Tanner Horner, yes.
And was that on this date at the time you were taking the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 181, what is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my property sheet that I filled out, and it's 4 envelopes containing all of the buccal swabs that it contained.
And then State's 182, is that the actual report?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Go ahead and tell me what that is, please.
This is my property report sheet, sir.
And does that document when those swabs were taken, and that you were the one that took them in the property?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Is all of the information contained on State's Exhibit 182, is that true and correct and placed there by you?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State's 179, 180, 181, and 182.
Your Honor, we object to 179 on 2 grounds. 1, it's hearsay, and 2, it is not the best evidence. No objection to 180. And States 181 and 182 we would object to as these are constitute a police report. They are hearsay.
State's 180 is admitted. Let me see 179, 181, and 182. I'm going to admit 179, 181, and 182 for purposes of the record.
Sir.
Once those buccal swabs were taken, what did you do with those swabs?
They were placed in the evidence, sir.
Now, did you also document some of the evidence that was taken first? Did you document some of the evidence that was taken on the searches of the vans on December the 5th? Specifically the van that what we call the arrest vehicle with Texas license plate GCP 0468.
Yes, sir.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, and 193. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you looked at those prior to court today?
Yes, I did.
And are those all of the pictures that were taken at that time, or just a portion of them?
It's just a portion, sir.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately represent items that you went through and took photographs of to document the items that were collected from the van on that day, or some of the items?
Yes.
From Mr. Horner's, the van he was driving?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 183 through State's Exhibit 193 to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 183 through 193 inclusive are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And also may I publish number 180?
Yes.
Thank you. States 180, this was from the day that when was this taken again?
5th, sir.
The 5th, when the buccal swabs were taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to starting at 183, this is what is this that we're looking at in States 183?
This is a evidence bag that was collected from within the van that he was arrested in, sir.
And does it have the date that it was originally collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then put in this bag and marked number 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going on to 184, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the backpack that was contained in that evidence bag, sir.
And the other items that we're going to see in a moment are those items that were contained within that backpack inside of the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have a distinctive design on it?
It does, sir.
And does it have an actual reference to, I think it's some type of a comic strip or something?
Dragon Balls, yes, sir.
Dragon Ball Z, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to what was inside of it, I see some gloves here. Are these your gloves?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay, where were these gloves contained?
Inside the backpack.
And can you describe these gloves for me as far as texture, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it looks like a cloth glove with a rubber texture on them and no slip texture.
Okay. So cloth on the back, but rubber on the fingers and the palm?
The palms, yes, sir.
Okay. And are those now on top of the backpack as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you, these may have been...
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear what he's going to say. Go ahead, Mr. Berry.
That these may not be in the exact same order that you took them in as they're being displayed, okay?
Correct.
So with regard to 186, we're looking at what here?
That's when I first opened the backpack and I was starting to retrieve the objects from within the backpack.
Okay. So then I'm going to go into 187. What are we looking at here?
And up close of prescription meds that were located in the backpack so that we could see the information on the bottles.
And I'm going to zoom in. What is the, can you just say what the name is on State's Exhibit 187 as far as the type of controlled substance that it is?
I'm not a doctor, so my enunciation of this is probably going to be incorrect, but fluoxetine, I believe, sir. 20 milligram.
For purposes of the record, can you spell that, please?
Yes, it'll be FLUOXETINE.
And what was the prescription amount?
20 milligrams.
Okay. Next, we have State's Exhibit 188, and is that a different bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you spell the name of the controlled substance for purposes of the record?
Yes, sir. ATOMOXETINE HCl 25 milligrams.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these the same two bottles that were in the previous pictures?
Yes.
And does it give the prescription instructions as far as when to take those?
Yes.
And what does it say for the bottle for the fluoxetine?
To take one in the morning, sir.
Okay. And what does it say with the atomoxetine? Hydrochloride.
Take one capsule in the mouth in the morning, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, this looks, is this the backpack or is it something different?
No, this is what I consider a soft-sided lunchbox that belongs to that same cartoon or video game family. It's a Dragon Balls lunchbox.
And then going on to State's Exhibit number 191, what are we looking at here?
The cellophane wrapper containing marijuana.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. It has not been tested.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Does it? Can you tell me whether or not that is some type of plant substance?
It's a green leafy substance, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 192, what are we looking at here?
The contents of that soft-sided lunchbox.
And can you describe what you see here?
Yes, so you have a bottle of ibuprofen. It looks like you have a thumb drive. There is a vape pen, a marking pen. There's a Coastal Cloud strawberry cream. I'm guessing some sort of something for the vape
Objection,
pen.
Your Honor,
And then
that is speculation.
Sustained.
That's fine. We'll go on to States 193, and this is, what are these, where were these items located?
Within the backpack.
Okay. And with regard to, most of these things may be self-explanatory, but can you tell me what this is?
It's a vape canister.
Now, after you documented the items that were taken during the search of the arrest vehicle, did you also take some action with regard to the shoes that the defendant was wearing on the date that he was arrested?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, there are two shoes. There are 4 sides to each shoe. And I tried to represent the full spectrum of photographs were taken to be looked at by the people that were going to look at them into the future, including the tread at the bottom of the shoes, but also the sides in the front of each of the shoes and the back of each of the shoes. And that's what these shoes represent.
I just asked the court to review those, and if they looked at the case law in Texas, that would be Young v. State. Relevant factors in determining whether appropriate value is outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice include the detail of their size, whether they are colored black and white, whether they're close-up, as well as the availability of other means of proof and the unique circumstances of each case. Also, I think that's probably an applicable category. So.
Okay, I've reviewed states 194 through 206. I will overrule your objections. You may have a running objection.
Yes, Your Honor, that will include the next we'll be asked for testimony there.
Okay, that's fine. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Before I approach Sergeant Yarrow, you kind of explained to the jury. I noticed when you put on your glasses, can you kind of tell the jury why you're wearing dark glasses in the courtroom?
Yeah, so respectfully, they're not sunglasses. I had an eye injury on a motorcycle. I had a grasshopper too fast, and it detached my retina. When they repaired my eye, it causes sensitivity to light, and so my prescription glasses are darker than normal. They are regular prescription glasses that transition, but they're just pretty dark. So I get this a lot. That's why they're on.
Okay.
They're not Oakleys.
I just didn't want, I wanted the jury to understand why you're wearing your glasses in court. So
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to do that.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Do you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Where did the items in those photographs come from?
The arrest van, I believe, sir.
Did they come from the defendant himself?
Yes.
He said,
Yes.
okay. Yes. Okay. I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 194.
Any additional objections?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those are remain overruled, and the exhibits are admitted 194 through 206.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. And members of the jury, I'm trying to find out why this is so loud. So if you can't hear, let me know, okay?
Publishing State's Exhibit number 194 first. What are we looking at here?
Pair of black tennis shoes covered in mud.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number, let me ask you this. The first several photographs that are taken here, are those like close-up detail photographs or something different?
No, sir. These are overall photographs to show the condition of the shoes when I received them.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 194, 195, I apologize, please. 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201. Looking here, beginning at 201, are these a little bit closer up?
Yes, these are mid-range.
Okay. And as we look at those, do you see, you talked about them being muddy, but what else do you see here that might be of evidentiary value?
How far up the mud goes on the shoes, sir.
Okay, so that's one thing. What about the different materials used on the shoes themselves?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go on to the next one, which is 202, I believe. And then I'm going to ask you if you notice anything on 202 other than mud.
Yes.
Describe what you're looking at.
The texture on the material, sir.
Okay. But in addition to this gray, lighter colored mud, do you see some type of a substance there on that shoe?
Your
Yes.
objection leading.
Overruled.
It's a possibility that it's blood, sir.
And you see some paper down underneath that. What's the purpose of the paper that you have there?
It's a sterile area to work on while I'm putting the shoe down and doing the photographs.
All righty. And then now we're going to look at the State's Exhibit number 203. What are we looking at here?
The texture on the bottom of the shoes and how much mud the shoes are actually holding.
And is there a distinctive tread pattern that you can see there?
Yes.
Can you just, as best you can for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like a ongoing up and down, like elongated W pattern.
And is that, as we go through the next few photographs, number 20, I believe this is 204, 205, 206. Do those appear to have that same sort of tread pattern all the way from the toes down to the back of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And going back to where we can see both shoes, although there's mud on top at this point, do both shoes have that same distinctive tread pattern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you asked to take these specific photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that, in your understanding?
We were looking for different patterns to match the pattern on the victim's face.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
You can say that again.
We were looking for a pattern to match the pattern on the little girl's face.
So once you had taken the photographs of the shoes, were you asked to go somewhere else and determine whether there were other patterns that you might be able to locate?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was looking for the patterns that would be encompassed inside the van.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where did those photographs come from?
Within the van, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I took those photographs.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what we're seeing there?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibits number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, those are overruled. The previous objections are overruled, and State's Exhibits 207 through 211 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit number 207. What are we looking at, State's 207?
We're looking at the side door of the van where you have the inside step that has a diamond plate pattern.
Now we're going to, is that the same thing that we're looking at, just closer up?
Yes.
Now we're looking at, let me get out of this part. We can see the exhibit number. Looking at State's Exhibit number 209, underneath the box there, as we're looking down, where are we looking at in the photograph?
This is the area between the seats and the cab that has a texture on the rubber floor.
Okay. And going on to 210, is that same location?
Yes.
And then going on to 211, what are we looking at here?
This is the texture on the floor in the back of the box van.
So this is the area where the packages would be kept, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so all of those, without repeating why you took them, were they taken for the same reasons that you took photographs of the shoe, the tread patterns on the shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I go any further, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 230. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 230?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 230?
These are going to be my buccal swabs from the suspect, sir.
All right. And other than having been opened by the lab, does it appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 230 into evidence.
And no further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 230 is admitted.
I realize this just ripped as I was holding it, but State's Exhibit number 225, do you know what State's Exhibit number 225 is?
Yes.
And what is it?
The evidence bag contains the shoes.
Okay. And are these the same shoes that you took photographs of that were just admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
These are the actual shoes that were recovered from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 225.
Your Honor, I would object as the proper chain of custody has not been established for this exhibit.
Response?
Wait, not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is overruled. States it's 225
Yes, sir.
is admitted.
Next, I want to talk to you about other clothes that were worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested. Did you take those the clothing worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested? Did you go to the locker in the jail and retrieve those clothes and log them into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you did that, were there more further photographs taken of those clothing items?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Give me a collection here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took, or at least some of the photographs you took of the defendant's clothing at the time that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 212 or 222 into evidence at this time.
No further objections.
Okay. The previous objections remain overruled and States Exhibits 212 through 222 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Going on to State's Exhibit 212, what are we looking at here?
The locker that I retrieved all of his clothing from, sir.
Okay. And then is this the locker?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 214?
These are some of the contents of the locker.
State's Exhibit 215?
The Tanner's ID, sir.
Okay. And does it have a name on it?
Tanner Horner, sir.
Tanner L. Horner?
Tanner L. Horner, sir. Yes, sir.
And does it also have a photograph?
It does, sir.
And who does that photograph depict?
Tanner L. Horner, sir.
Is that the same person that you previously identified as the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
$216. What are we looking at?
A pair of his Hanes underwear, sir.
And $217. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the inside of the underwear with a scale that I was using to show the seminal fluid that's in the front of the underwear.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Photos taken.
What does the date say, ma'am?
You're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna play this game. If you know the answer, give the answer. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna go back and forth.
I do not know the date, ma'am.
It was done after he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
The items in the photos, hold on, let me make sure I have the clearance. In State's Exhibit number 212 through 222, those were all taken at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
The incident in this case occurred on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Okay.
And Tanner Horner was not arrested on November 30th of 2022, was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I was out then at that time.
When he was arrested on December the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Okay.
So if these photos were taken, you don't know for sure whether or not he was wearing these clothes on the day of the incident, do you?
Well, I would think that he was wearing these clothes, ma'am, and the reason I say that is these were taken off him when he came into the jail at the time of his arrest.
So if the time of the arrest occurred 2 days later, you don't know, you're guessing that he may have been wearing these on the day of the incident.
Yeah, I didn't state that he was wearing those at the time of the incident. I said he was wearing them at the time of the arrest.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would object that all of this is irrelevant because unless they can tie it into any clothing that he may have been wearing at the time of the incident, then none of this is relevant.
Your objection is overruled. I'm going to let it continue, and you may have a running objection. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Thank you. Go on. Go on to State's Exhibit 219. What are we looking at here?
Prepared denim pants, sir.
In all of this evidence, did you actually do some further processing on this that is not exhibited here in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take, independently of what the FBI did, take some further swabs and things like that so that that would be retained just in case it was needed in the future?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 220, what are we looking at here?
It's a FedEx shirt.
And is this that same shirt in 221?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 222, what are we looking at here?
A right and a left sock, sir. Black in color with a gray toe and a gray heel.
And I am going to show you something that's already been admitted into evidence now as State's Exhibit number 223. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's a drawing inside the interview room.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe that's been admitted yet.
No, it has been.
It has? Okay.
Yes, 223 is admitted.
My apologies, my notes don't reflect that.
No worries.
Just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, it was admitted during the testimony of Joe Westman.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Yes, 224 is not admitted.
so 223, where did they say that that photograph was taken?
Inside the interview room in the CID office, sir.
It was that the same room that the vocal swabs were taken in?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you notice this writing?
Yes, I did.
And later that day or the next day, did you come back and take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to 223, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 224. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of essentially the same thing?
Objection, Your Honor. Pleading.
Sustained. Don't
Please
leave
tell
your-
us what that is.
Sir, this is a map of the explanation of where the victim was located.
With regard to this photograph, is it representative of the same thing in 223, but just a closer up, more definitive shot of the picture itself?
Yes.
I'll offer 224 in evidence.
I'd object that it's cumulative.
That objection's overruled. States 224 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
On State's Exhibit number 224, can you see this writing in red down here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read that, what's written there?
He's going to hurt me, period. Please help.
Now, one further thing, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Amy, crime scene, did she take into evidence a box, a FedEx box containing, that was brought in later that pertained to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you then take that out of box one and then bag it up as you need to? Yes. And I'm going to show you the mark. Is that the box that you were just talking about?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I will offer State Exhibit number 159 evidence.
No further objections.
Main overruled and State's Exhibit 159 is admitted.
May I open 159, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Is this the box that was contained inside of that?
Yes, sir.
Inside of that box, was there another box?
Yes, sir.
And is this the item that was contained within that box?
Yes. Yes.
We can do that, package it up after
Yes, sir.
we finish.
Final thing I want to ask you about, Investigator Yarrow, sometime, can I have just a second? I need to look up a specific date on, I believe it was May the 16th of 2023, was there an incident that occurred at the Wise County Jail involving the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that incident was, please?
An attempted suicide within his jail cell.
And at the time that that suicide or attempted suicide. And obviously, when we use the word attempted, you have to, that sort of implies that somebody...
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and testifying.
Sustained.
When you use the word intended, do you know whether or not the person actually intended to kill themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. With regard to that incident, when that incident occurred, were there some letters left by the defendant at that time?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. It's leading.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Okay. Were there some letters left by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And who were those letters essentially addressed to?
I believe there was a letter to law enforcement, a letter to his family, a letter to the victim's family, and an additional letter, I believe, to a clergy member,
Okay.
or a pastor or something.
And did you collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you were to come back here on Monday, would you be able to identify those?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant Yarrow, how are you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about what it was that you collected and what it was that you processed in this case.
Okay.
So I understand that you processed the FedEx truck where the alleged, or where the incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horner in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored at the jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged?
Yes.
When I got them out of the locker?
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
They were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am, yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
I just
important
didn't-
for me evidentiary wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secured facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
But my question is, it's important to have that because in case further testing is needed.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34.
Can you take a look at those for a moment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is, I want to say, my piece of evidence.
Defense offers defense 31 through 34.
No objections.
Defense exhibits 31 through 34 are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yarrow, you would agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, or I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage?
I guess.
Sergeant Yarrow, how long have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
In evidence tech, ma'am.
Or in working with CSI?
In 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yes, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, let's try that
Hey,
again.
I'm up here.
It's been a long
I realize
week.
we all look alike, but, you know,
Well, you have the same haircut.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to review, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review the evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so, let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review, or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put down the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not, if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So, it depends on the evidence review. To be honest with you, I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings, they want to look at seals, they want to look at chain of custody, so not every time. So,
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is open, would be to place it on a...
we would put paper down, ma'am.
The other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that contamination could occur.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to let you look at what has been previously marked as defendant's exhibits 23 through 28.
Your Honor, I'd ask the defense to specify exactly when these photographs were taken and under the circumstances that they were taken.
I'm not going to order the defense to do anything. It's their cross-examination.
All right, so Sergeant Yarrow, you testified previously on direct that you had taken into custody a backpack that had Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, ma'am.
And defense exhibits number 21 through, or 23 through 28, does that appear to be the same backpack that you took into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does it appear to have the same contents that you had taken?
Yes, ma'am.
We offer state or defense 23 through 28.
Your Honor, the evidence review in this case occurred March 22nd.
Your Honor.
Do you have an objection?
I object, yes. The proper predicate has not been laid as to when these photographs were taken and the circumstances that they were taken.
Objections are overruled. Defense exhibits 23 through 28 are admitted.
May I pull a shirt?
Yes.
Your Honor, in defense, Sergeant Yarrow, I keep calling you Your Honor. Sergeant Yarrow, in defense exhibits number 23 through 28, you didn't see any butcher paper down, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So if any of those items that were on the table had to be retested, there was a possibility of contamination.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Investigator Yarrow, since you're coming back on Monday anyway, will you check on the date?
Objection, Your Honor. Leave.
Let me hear the question.
Would you please check on the date that the evidence review took place in this case?
Yes, sir.
And will you also check and see if there's ever been any request to retest any of this evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's not a proper question at this time.
Overruled.
Will you do that?
Check. You can
Yes,
answer.
sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further.
may the witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to recall him first thing Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see y'all.
but not offered. We would still like to just offer them for record purposes.
Okay, so you're wanting to offer 16 through 22 and 29 and 30 for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they are admitted for purposes of the record. Anything else we need to do for record purposes today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, everybody. Thank you. Y'all have been very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
It'll be easier than trying to